Well, if you're not on Discord, you wouldn't know why I'm grinning. We talked about this guitar, about ordering it. And Linnell is like the super sleuth. She gets on Marketplace probably twice a day, at least once a day, just scouring the listings. And this one literally come up last night. And it was late. I posted it on Discord, and he had just listed it 5 minutes before we sent him a message. I think new on Amazon, this guitar sells for $164. He listed it for $80. Sorry guys, this week I cut a lot of plywood, and that glue in the plywood is just killing me. So $80. It does have a set neck, and you can see the furls right here, and it's got the like an ABR style bridge without the stop plate back here, so it just goes through the body. One volume, one tone, and a three-way switch. It does not have locking tuners on it. It's just a standard tuner. And before I say, oh wow, IYV, I'm not going to say that. It's kind of unfair to judge the company on this guitar. And the reason I'm going to say that, I'm going to open up the chat here too. The reason I'm going to say that, I think I've mentioned once or twice your local music store. Become friends with them. If they're a good store, they're also going to have a good tech. I'm pretty sure the tech's name is Brian. Is that right, hon?
Yeah, and Birdman says those are Destinies.
Yeah, these are the Destiny CNC wound pickups in this guitar. So when I was speaking to the gentleman, well, before I get into that whole thing, he listed a 1995 Gibson Les Paul Studio for $850. It was gone in 5 minutes.
No, it was 800.
Was it eight? Was it 800 even?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, everyone gave him a rash of poo because he sold it way too cheap. I talked to him about it. He goes, yeah, that's what I paid for it, so that's what I sold it for. And he goes, everyone told me I should have offered $1,200. And I'm like, yeah, if it was like new condition. He goes, yeah, it was new condition. So I did miss that, but he half off on this, so $80. Now, before the guitar plays fantastic. I will say that. The action is just a fraction high on it, but I'll say this. Knowing what I know now about Brian, I understand the setup. He bought this guitar. He has the gentleman I bought it off of. I'm pretty sure his name was Ben. And,
no, his name was Brian.
Brian? Was it Brian, the guy I bought it off of?
Yep.
I thought it was Ben.
No, his name's Brian, and the guy at Shendo Music, his name's Brian too.
Oh, okay, two Brians. Anyway, he has a couple of these guitars. He took this guitar in, and Brian at Shenandoah Music worked on this guitar. So he set the guitar up, and it... It really does play nice. It feels like one of Brian's setups. I know that makes no sense. Brian sets up for a store. So when he sets up guitars, he does what I call store setups. He's not going to slam the action, and it's not going to be stupid high. But I can hear the intonation in the guitar. It has a good setup on it. I haven't checked the intonation. I'm going to, just the general feel, it feels nice. So I know I've said it a million times. When I buy instruments, if anyone works on my guitar, it's going to be Brian. He's a great tech. He's at Shenandoah Music. Get to know people like that, because those people, when you purchase an instrument, you're buying it from the store. If they work with the store, a lot of times they'll work with you on doing a setup to your specs if you're not, comfortable doing it. I bought a Fender FMT off Shenandoah Music, paid I think $100 extra. Brian set up the instrument. I went and picked it up. I haven't touched it. People are like, well, why would you spend the extra $100? Sometimes it's nice just to go in, you find an instrument that plays nice, and you're like, okay, now I need this set up the way I like it. And you could tell them, I want so many cents off, on the 12th, on this string, that string. Give them a setup sheet, what you expect, the string height, if you want a true radius or it flatter. A good tech will look at that, and when you receive the guitar, it will be set up the way you asked. And that's exactly what he did for me. He gave me a great setup, well worth $100. I go to the store, I pick it up. It's my setup, and I didn't have to mess with it. It's just something to be said about just going in, getting a guitar, and it's 100% already for you. It's like Fender built that guitar for me, but Brian made sure it was right. He went through the frets, went through the intonation, went through the string heights. made sure the nut was cut right. The guitar stays in perfect tune. He does great work. Well, that gentleman set this guitar up. And when Brian, the Brian I bought it off of, said, "Oh, Brian at Shenandoah set the guitar up," and I'm like, okay. Because I was sitting there playing it, I'm like, this thing plays nice. I like the fretboard on it. I don't know. I think this is one of the earlier ones. Someone that knows IYV better than me can give me an idea when these pickups were used. Like I said, it says Destiny CNC wound on the pickup. So I don't know if that's something they started later in production. He said he's had this for a couple years. And he has had five. This was his number 5. So he still has 4 more IYVs. I will say this, that the neck on the guitar is pretty chunky. It is a chunky neck. I'm going to say he described it as like a 50s Fender neck. I'm not going to say it's quite that chunky. It is definitely more chunky than like a 60s Gibson neck. So I'm going to say it's between the 50s and 60s era. It's very rounded, so there's really not a flat spot right here. It's very rounded and very thick. Does it bug me? No. I think it feels really comfortable. It's comfy, and it's funny. I guess he looked at me because the gentleman looked a little older than me. He first thing he said when he took it out of the bag was, "Oh, the bag doesn't come with it," because it was a Paul Reed Smith bag. And I made a comment. I said, "Well, that's okay. I don't need a quart bag." And he looked at me. He goes, "That's pretty funny." And he goes, "I just want to let you know it's a really chunky neck." And I sat down, and as soon as I felt the way, I didn't even get to plug it in, so I didn't know what the guitar was going to sound like. I just knew that it had a good feel just sitting on the back of his car, plucking away at it. I didn't even have a pick. I was just like, okay, it feels okay. The guitar's not beat up. I didn't really see. It's just got some fine scratches right here, and to be honest with you, it's really good. It looks like a guitar that would be in the store that had been played a couple times. But there's no dents, dings that I've been able to really see. Neck on it looks good. It has a volute right here. And the neck is high gloss, just so everyone knows. But running my hand down the neck like this, it doesn't feel sticky. But with any high gloss neck, if you sweat, it may become sticky. So you can tell it is a very high gloss neck. The back of the neck is exactly like the body. So I think for $80, I did not get hurt at $80. I still want to buy one directly off of Amazon and see the quality of the setup if you just get one on Amazon. That's why I don't want to sit here and say, "Oh man, just go out and purchase this guitar," because he obviously thought when he purchased it, it needed a setup, because Brian usually charges $100 to $150 just for a setup on a guitar. That is 100% a fair price to do a full setup on a guitar, just so everyone knows. At least in my area, it is $100 to $150 for a full setup. If you have to work on a fret or polish a fret or do some dressing, that's extra. But $150 should set the intonation, put new strings on the guitar, get all your string heights right, set your pickup heights, do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, hon?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard something. All right. I will say this, it isn't doing it right now because there's no signal in the room. When I first brought it home and plugged it in, it did make a funny squealing noise when I had the amp at a moderate volume. It kind of caught me off guard. At first I thought they were microphonic pickups. Chuck, 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 chuck. Well, first let me turn off the overhead. That's kind of cheating. I do see the meter moving a little bit, but in my headphones, I can't tell. What I hear is my voice and not necessarily what you guys are hearing. So that's what it sounds like without this microphone on. But it did squeal. So I'm not really too sure what was going on with that, if that makes sense. But the pickups sound okay. With this microphone on, something I have noticed that you can hear my pick attack with this microphone on, because I dig in pretty hard. So listen to this. Now I'm going to turn this microphone off. Got to remember to turn it back on. So it does make a difference without having the overhead on. You don't get that sound coming through the what you guys hear. But all in all, it does not sound bad. So the IYV guys in the group, I'm not too sure if the new one is spec'd just like this one. And the reason I say that, I've heard some people claim, granted I don't know, that the newer IYVs aren't as good as the ones from 3 and 4 years ago. I'm under the assumption that this one is 3 or 4 years old. And I could be wrong. That's why I was kind of asking you guys, any IYV guys that know when they started using this pickup, or if this has just been something they've always used. But all in all, I'd say this is a winner for 80 bucks. Like I said, it's already had a professional setup done on it. That's what's nice. So the guitar would have cost $167, plus Brian would have charged $100 to set the guitar up properly. So at 80 bucks, I mean, how can you beat that? I'm 100% happy with the purchase. Now the thing is, what does it sound like on clean? Guys, I only played it just a little bit, just to make sure the electronics worked when I first got home.
Birdman said he's not sure of the Henrys, but the neck is like 7.3K and bridge 15.2K or so, at least on his LP model.
Okay, well we're gonna check the pickups here in a second. Let's this is the clean. So instantly, to me, that sounds a little thin. And that's tone all the way up. So here's the middle position. That sounds much fuller. Of course, that's both humbuckers. And here's the neck. Doesn't sound bad. Here's center position again. Let me cut the overhead off because I hear my pick attack. Let's go back to the bridge. I'm going to roll the tone back a little bit. Yeah, to me, the bridge pickup sounds a little thin, almost anemic when you, this isn't clean. I don't notice it at all in the distortion when I add distortion to it. Yeah, position, the center position and neck position sound great. The bridge pickup sounds a little thin. Let's go over to crunch. Let's go down to our neck position, bridge position. Center position. Take a little bit of the delay out. Neck position. All right, let's go. I'm just going through the THR settings. Here's the lead channel. Yeah, it seems to thicken up a little bit with some distortion. Yeah, it's not bad. We may have to order a brand new one just to see how they actually come from IYV. It's a pretty cool guitar. Like I said, for $80, and this one, it says right on the back, made in Vietnam. So, how many people have IYVs? I know you guys have talked to me, in the past about IYV. This is my first experience with one. Birdman says he has 5 of them. Pentagore says he has 3.
Is it trans black?
This is the trans black. You could see there's a little bit of maple going through the finish there. Now, the one that I saw on Amazon right now looks a lot lighter than this. The gray in the center looks lighter. I don't know if you ordered one that it would be as dark as this. The one on Amazon looks a lot lighter, but it definitely has the light gray center with the dark black around the sides. So Pentagore says he has 3 of them.
Goop says it looks like a PRS.
Yeah, it does. It definitely looks like a PRS with a different headstock. CD Nelson says he has a Mitchell LP made by IYV. I didn't know Mitchell was made by IYV. That's pretty funny. Thank you for that information. I did not know that. Looks like the trans black. They come in blue and green also. That's Time Surfing Alien. Yeah, I don't know what the color of the one that I was looking at on Amazon. It looks gray to me. That goes out to the black. So I'm assuming that's this finish, but it's just a little darker. And I know they make a black one, okay? But the problem with the black one, it's not string through body. The black one and the red one that goes out to black out here with the red translucent finish, they have a wraparound tailpiece. So it's not string through body.
Pentagore has the neck through version of what you have.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Now the neck through version, like Pentagore is talking about, has like the tree of life going down the head, going down the neck. That one I believe is like $260, and for a neck through guitar, that's crazy, stupid cheap. This one I'm assuming is a set neck. So I don't know how far this tenon joint would go back inside this body. Now some of them I saw they don't have this little step right here. They've actually, on the one with the wraparound tailpiece that I was looking at, this blends into a carve in the body. but it has a wraparound tailpiece. So I would be interested in the string through with the other neck joint. It's still a set neck, but they've blended this heel back into the body a little bit more versus the step. So that might be, it might be the ones that they're selling like this are still older production runs, and that's a newer neck joint. We'll just have to see. But I didn't want to get the one with the wraparound tailpiece. I definitely wanted the string through. Like I said, Linnell was on Marketplace digging around. This one come up. So, I mean, for 80 bucks. They're not, I'm not going to say they're really super tall frets, but they're definitely not little frets, if that makes sense. It's a good in between. They're not super wide, but they're not narrow. I'd say it's a very standard size fret on it. I don't notice that they're really high. I don't notice that they're short. It has a good feel to it. Again, I don't know what Shenandoah Music did to the guitar. I'm sure that he didn't do a fret level and full crown on the guitar if it was just a setup, if that makes sense. He may have touched up a couple frets here or there. I don't know. But the way it plays without checking it, it seems to play fine. I don't get any, it doesn't fret out anywhere. Now the action is a little higher down here than I'm used to. Like I said, this guitar feels like it has a store setup. So it's probably setting at, well, let's check it. Let's get...
Is it 24.75 or 25.5?
I don't know. I'll have to get my scale. So let's look. I'm more used to imperial on action height. I know I use metric on everything else. Yeah, this is a very standard like store setup. The low E looks like it's set at like 0.065. Because I cannot see the line at 0.07, and I do see the line at 0.060. The high E is just a fraction above 0.060. So, yeah, very, very typical action height. Let's look at our fret scale. I've got both here. So let's try 25.5 and see if that's... And let's try the 24 side. Neither one. It may be 25. Let's do it the old school way. Let's do the tape measure. Yep, it's probably a 25.1 scale length because my D and G string saddles is 25 and 25 and 1/16 for those two saddles. So it's a 25-inch scale length. So right in between. And I do have a gauge downstairs. I could go downstairs and get it. But let's just look at it old school way. Look at neck relief. It's got a little bit. Probably 0.25, 0.3 millimeters of relief. So in my case, I don't know how the nut is cut. If the nut was cut to this action height, you might, if you lower it down too much, it may get a little fret buzz up here. But I wouldn't need to lower it too much. I think the nut would be okay. Yeah, I would lower the action just a little bit on it, just for the lead playing. Yeah, I think it just needs a little tweaking for my liking. Someone else might pick it up and just, that's the perfect setting for them. But for what I'm used to, I'd want it just a little lower back here. And the reason I'm a little leery on that is on the 12th, that's about where I set my guitars. So I'm kind of curious how it would react if I lower this back side. The nut may be cut down to get the first fretted note and this up here right, and keeping this action height here. So if you lower it down too much back here, it may end up start buzzing up here. Usually with that 12th measurement, it doesn't feel like that down here. And anytime you lower it, you're gonna lose a little sustain. Right now, the guitar sustains really well. And harmonics are easy to get out of it. So when you start going down back here, you start losing everything that I'm liking about the guitar, if that makes sense. It could lose what I like about it. I see we've got, whenever I look up and I see someone that I'm not too familiar with, I like to give them a shout out. I see Timothy Richards. If you've posted before, I have a squirrel brain, I apologize, but always try to, bring attention to people that I'm not too used to.
There's also Guitar Bob.
Guitar Bob. Now, Guitar Bob, I responded to one of his messages on another live show we did. So it's so good that Guitar Bob actually came in to the actual live stream. That's cool. Anyone else that looks new in the group, hon?
No, I haven't seen anyone else looks new.
Yep, I see Guitar Bob. He's got the smack and the little thing going on up top. All right, it's good to see him. I see we got Trucker Bob in here. Pentagore's in here. Of course, Devastator. Who else? Birdman, Zach Zombie. Mikey's in the group. Cheryl for Freedom. It's always nice to have the ladies in. We usually only have two. We usually only have Cheryl for Freedom and Linnell. So, ladies, you need to call your friends. We need more ladies in the chat group.
I have no friends. What are you talking about?
She has me.
I prefer it that way.
Listen, see, I'm a lucky man. Yeah. And of course, Steve Gunner. So if you're new here, please chat. You don't have to go down and hit the subscribe button to chat. I want you to hit the subscribe button. We want to grow the channel. But you don't have to be a subscriber to come in and chat. It's an open forum. We talk guitars here. Sometimes it's budget-friendly guitars, and other times it's not so budget-friendly guitars. We just try to find good instruments for what we feel is a good price. Whether that's the 450, 600, 800, 1,000, 2,000. And I think the most expensive guitar we've ever had on the channel is about 2,100. So we just talk honestly about them. Exact same thing with amps and pedals. Everyone that you see on the right, I call them members. And there is no channel membership here. I'm not going to post a video and then make you pay me money to watch it. YouTube's a free platform. If you choose to give a super chat, thank you so much. You'll notice that there are no commercials as well. I will turn commercials on after the live chat gets posted and you come back and watch it later. It's usually a couple days later. So if you miss it, usually you can catch it without commercials for at least a day or two. Okay? These are little things that I do to say thank you. We get at least 1 or 2 super chats every show. That more than compensates the YouTube thing. And everyone likes it. It doesn't interrupt the show. So at the end of the stream, if you would, go down, hit the like button. Please consider subscribing. Go to the main channel. We've got a ton of different videos, whether it's live stuff, guitar reviews, guitar setup stuff. There's all kinds of information here. But the big thing is we get together and hang out just like we used to do at the music stores. We talk stuff. And usually I ramble, and everyone that you see at the right carries on their own conversation. I don't know. I kind of, like I said, I don't feel that I got hurt for $80. I mean, an $80 guitar that was set up by, a tech that I respect. Brian at Shenandoah Music's a very talented individual. So that would explain why the guitar plays the way it does. He's a very talented guy. All right, I'm going to turn this little guy off. And what we wanted to do during this show, guys, we were going to work on our Firefly that we picked up. If you're familiar, YouTube here lately, there's been a ton of, videos on the George Lynch Firefly. I've spoke to 2 other people other than myself that purchased this guitar. And everyone that I've spoke to, the tremolo just will not stay in tune. It has a Floyd Rose. Heard someone say that it's the China version of the Floyd Rose Special. Well, I always thought the Floyd Rose Special was the China version. I thought that was the cheap. Evidently, it's supposed to be spec'd the same as the Floyd Rose Special. I've never gotten the new Floyd Rose bridge and it be any good. The one with the silk screen on it. I've yet to play one that actually returned to zero new out of the box. Maybe you've gotten one. That's great. I personally have played 3 and all 3 have been garbage. This particular guitar is the exact same way. And I bring this up because I have seen 3 other YouTube channels praise this guitar. And before you go to Firefly and buy it, if you're not willing to put another $200 in this guitar, don't buy it. Or maybe you'll be lucky and you'll get one that does okay out of the box. But everyone to the right will tell you a Floyd Rose Special won't last too long. It's made out of really soft metal. eventually the knife edges get very dull, and it happens pretty quick. Usually within a year and a half, the bridge stops returning to zero. I would even be okay with that on this guitar, but like I said, I've played 3 of these. You can notice the Floyd Rose there written on it. It doesn't say licensed by, it is a true Floyd Rose. Every one of these Floyd Rose's bridges I've played have just been complete garbage. And if you're new here, I will turn on the amplifier and I will show you what the bridge does, just so everyone can definitely hear it. Here's our E. It does. It's not even close to coming back. We're not talking a couple cents. That's in my opinion, that is 100% unacceptable in any level. Because even as you play it, let's say the last time you played it, you pulled up on the bar. I know it needs tuning, but just doing this with your palm on it, if you pulled up last on it and it's high in pitch, as you're playing it, it'll gradually come back to zero, or what it thinks zero is. So if you've watched one of these YouTube channels that are praising this guitar, you might want to consider just watching them for entertainment purposes only, if that makes sense. And I get it. A lot of channels, YouTube is supposed to be entertaining. I don't know how entertaining I am. That's not really what the channel's about. This channel's more about, being friends and talking honestly about products. I work hard for my money. And when I spend it, I want to know what I'm getting. So that's what this channel does. If I get something and I don't feel that it's right, I'm going to tell you. No one sends me a guitar. You guys to the right either purchase it and then we resell it or give it away, or I buy the guitar, fix it, and then sell it to one of the subscribers or locally on Marketplace. So it works. I'm not tethered to any company. There are no affiliate links. I don't make a dime. So if you choose to buy this guitar, that's on you. I don't make a penny. I don't make a penny whether you buy it or you don't buy it, if that makes a sense. And that's the exact same thing with any product that you see here. I don't make a penny on the back end, front side. They didn't send it to me. We're just talking products. So what we did, let me put this back up. We're going to turn off the amplifier. What I ordered for this, I did order a Gotoh bridge. So this particular bridge is the PGE 1996TB. And supposedly that this is a direct replacement for a Floyd Rose. So supposedly you don't have to do anything but pull this bridge out, stick that bridge in with the new post, put the springs on it, and you're set to go. So we're going to find that out, and we're going to do it tonight. Even though I just spent the last hour yapping my jaws off about the $80 IYV, I don't know if we can get it done tonight. I really don't have anything to do in the morning other than sleep and recover from this YouTube thing. So we might just hang in there for as long as it takes, and I can bore you to death by putting a tremolo on this guitar. My point in all this is I want you to know, if you've watched these channels talking about this one, every Firefly that I have ever gotten that has the Floyd Rose clone or the Floyd Rose, they all have tremolo issues.
What does that replacement bridge sell for?
This particular one was $150 for this bridge. Now, we've done a couple videos on how to build a better Floyd Rose. We tried it with Devastator's guitar. He's in the chat. We tried to save as much money as possible and reuse the Firefly saddles. Okay? It just didn't work. We put a base plate on it. We put a Floyd Rose special rear spring on it. We changed the post to Floyd Rose FR1000, FR1000 base plate. And the only thing we used out of the stock bridge was the saddles. Put the thing back together, and it didn't matter how tight you turned these back bolts, the strings were slipping back here. And what it is, that little block in here, the machining surface in that saddle was so poorly done that when the block was pushing on the string was slipping. And it was doing it on the D and the G string. So before you go, well, that's an unwound string, it was doing it on the other string too, the D and the G. So one's wound, one's smooth. Depending on your gauge, the one could be wound too, but they were slipping. So we ended up pulling that bridge back apart and putting better saddles on it. But if you do that, a base plate's 70, your posts are going to be 30, okay? Right now you're already at 100. You still have the stock saddles on the bridge. You still have the really cheap block. You have the stock springs. I showed you how you could build one for, $180 to $200, and if you want really crazy, you could do it for $300 and just have a super good bridge. I wanted to do this because, one, this is one-stop shopping. So if you don't feel comfortable ordering a base plate, then ordering a shim that holds the spring to the back, the spring, the block, the springs, a claw, well, in this case, this doesn't come with a locking nut, the bar, and ordering all those parts and thinking it may or may not fit, I wanted to do something that would be a one-stop shop. So you can get this, and supposedly it fits right in. So it's easier. Is it better? I hear good things about the Gotoh, so we're going to find out. It looks like a nice bridge. So right after this break, we're going to come in and we're going to start disassembling this guitar. And that'll be a good time when you guys are asking questions. Linnell can, yell into me, and we can just talk general chit chat as we're working on the guitar. Anything you see that you're kind of curious about, we can kind of go over. And however long it takes, that's how long it's going to take. And I don't mean to repeat myself, but we take breaks here. It's usually 2 breaks every hour. You don't have to be a subscriber to chat. We want you to chat, but we also want you to go down and hit the thumbs up button, and we want your subscription. We work hard here. If you're not familiar, we also have a Discord channel, and right now we're giving away a Fender player guitar. You only have to be publicly subscribed to the channel, and you need to go to Discord and say, I want to be entered in to win the guitar. The last Saturday of this month is the last day. The cutoff might be the Thursday before. I haven't spoken to Devastator yet. Devastator, we got to get together tomorrow and go over what we're doing on the termination date. But it's going to be one of those 2 dates. This month is it to enter to win. It's an $800 guitar. You got stupid odds on winning. So subscribe, go to Discord, log into it. And like I said, we're going to take a 5-minute break. That allows you to get a drink, get some vittles, and get set up as we get ready to pull the bridge out of this guitar and give this thing a facelift, if that makes sense. I might even go downstairs and see if I have tuners. Although tuners don't affect the intonation, so technically I could go back and put the tuners in later. And usually when you set intonation, you waste the first set of strings anyway because you're moving the saddles around, you're loosening and tightening them. So we can do the bridge tonight, put a different set of strings on it, and then when I know it's right, I can put the tuners on later. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to start working on this guitar. And hopefully I see there's 28 to 30 people bouncing around. Hopefully, you guys will stick around. This is what we do here. We just talk guitars and work on guitars. All right, guys, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I gotta make sure everything's still semi-right. It looks like my camera needs to be moved a little bit. Okay, Linnell is going to yell in to me as you guys chat. I told her anything interesting because the screen's way over here, so I won't really be able to see what you guys are talking about. So the first thing I'm going to do, and before someone says, okay, I know these things, remember guys, I want to try to explain things as if you know nothing. Because someone, Firefly is selling a budget instrument. A lot of new players buy these guitars. So I want to do something that if someone has purchased this guitar, and let's say they've been playing a year and a half, this is their first Floyd, it's causing them problems. So anything that I may have missed that you would do differently, please put in the chat. There are tons of different ways of doing it. If you see something that you would do differently, put it in there. That's information for people in the future. And if you see me doing something that you disagree with, again, put it in the chat. I'm all about learning. So I've got this little tool right here. And before I took the bar out, I'm not going to thread it in. I'm just going to stick it back in the tremolo. If you don't have one, this has a little rubber bottom on it, and it does not scratch the guitar. So, since we're cutting all the strings off this guitar, there won't be any string pressure on the bridge. So the bridge will roll back in the guitar and damage the knife edges. In this guitar's case, it really doesn't matter because I think the knife edges are shot anyway, even though it's brand new. When I put strings on a Floyd Rose, I take the top E off, I replace the top E, bring it to pitch, then I go to the A, take the A off, put the A on, bring it to pitch. That only allows the tremolo just to move very little on the back side. So you never run into, one, having to use one of these, or taking a lot of stress off the neck and then reapplying all that stress. It's only changing it just a little bit. I've always done that. So I just took the bar off. The reason I say you got to put it back in, we want to push on the tremolo, and this little guy is going to go underneath the back side of this bridge, right where this spring plate is. And that's going to prevent the bridge from decking into the guitar. Now, if you notice, this guitar is not routed right here. Okay? So the bridge can't dive too far back into the body and create so much of an angle on that post that it's going to cause that much of an issue. But work smart. Get used to doing certain things. That way, if you're working on someone else's guitar or another guitar in the future that does have a routed back, you put this on it, it's going to hold that bridge from decking out in the back. So usually our locking nut is a 3mm. So I'm going to go ahead and unlock the nut. Take the string, get the pressure on the strings about right. And I'm just going to loosen them up just a little bit. Some people just cut right through them. The only thing I have against doing that shocks the neck. Since we are taking all the strings off, we're taking all the pressure off the neck. So if you unwind them a little bit, it's a little easier on the neck. It doesn't go into what I call culture shock. So we're just going to loosen them up a little bit. And hopefully Renee, I know Renee doesn't always talk. So I know Renee was thinking about wanting this guitar. This guitar will go up for sale once it's complete. Things that I'll be doing to the guitar, putting a new bridge in it, which we're doing right now. And I will be putting better tuners on the guitar. And then a full setup. So now they're loose. These are electronic snips. They're what they call flush cut snips. I think these work really good for taking the strings off. So we're just going to go through and start chopping. There it goes. It didn't want to cut the high E. And I've noticed on Firefly, sometimes they really wrap the you-know-what out of the posts. This guitar is no different. A lot of wraps on the posts. And they're not locking tuners, so. Sometimes even with the locking tuners, the Firefly will come with 5 or 6 wraps around the post. It's kind of comical. So I was one of the first persons to pick up this guitar. This was their first production run on this one. But for whatever, well, I do know why. Here the last 2-3 weeks, well, last 2 weeks, I think, I've seen a lot of YouTube infomercials on this guitar. So I don't know if Firefly sent them guitars or they've got affiliate links. I don't know. I don't know why. I've seen 3 different reviews on the guitar here in the last 2 weeks. I do know that Firefly has it back in stock. So whether or not they just did the review or they did the review on the prior production run and then they ran out and waited to release the video until they came back in stock, I don't know. I've done that. I've ordered guitars like, at one point I ordered a Gotoh headless guitar. Loved the guitar, but by the time I got the footage all done, the video edited, I uploaded it, it seemed like they were in stock for about another week and then they went out of stock. And then the guitar never come back to Amazon. And that was a shame because that was actually a really good headless guitar. The only issue I had with the Gotoh headless was the pickups. The pickups seemed a little muddy sounding. But that guitar now is back in stock. And there's one in, is it Pennsylvania, hon? That's for sale right now on Marketplace.
I think so.
And I thought about purchasing that guitar because it has an HPL fingerboard. And that fingerboard on that Gotoh, well, Gotoh and Gotoh, it's both the exact same guitar. If you buy the Gotoh version, it's usually $50 more, but it's a high pressure laminate neck. One of the nicest high pressure laminate necks I've ever played. And what's funny is it's on a budget instrument. You know, I'm so bad for tooling. So on the back side, it's a 3mm. So I'm just going to loosen this locking screw. I'm going to pull the string out. Yep. And I'm going to re-engage that screw so that block doesn't fall out. If I can, I want to try to fix this bridge, if I can, and repurpose it. We'll know more once we get it out and look at the knife edges. There's definitely enough string back in the block to hold it securely. So far, the set on the string seemed to be pretty good. That one's good as well. Good as well. What's funny is this particular tremolo, I think it was the worst one that I've ever received from Firefly. Even if you go back and look at my very first videos, it was a FFMN. That tremolo would go out of tune, but wasn't near as bad as this one. This one's pretty rough. So let's flip the guitar over and look at our other side. We got 6 screws on the back. And if you don't know, these guitars are made in China, Vietnam, somewhere like that. This one's made in China. So in China, they have different Phillips screws. So this is a Japanese industry standard screwdriver. There is a difference. The Phillips tip is made a little different. If you're stripping screws on these budget guitars, the first thing I would tell you to do is buy the right screwdriver. The American Phillips is not the right screwdriver. So you do need to purchase a JSI, Japanese Industry Standard Screwdriver.
JIS.
Or JIS, yep. You can go to Amazon, just type in JIS screwdriver, and they will come up. This particular one is the P.1.75, and my other one here is a P.2 So between these two, I can usually get the right fit. There's only been one time on a set of neck bolts that I thought the larger JIS was a little small, and I ended up using an American on that. The Honda motorcycle mechanics back in the 70s used to complain about the hardware on the carburetors on the old CBs. And that's what it stemmed from. Those were the first guys that actually went out and sourced special screwdrivers because they were stripping all the screws out in the carburetors. And that's actually who told me about it. If you don't know, I ride motorcycles, and I have 2 1979 Honda CB650 Cafe bikes. And the screws on the carburetors are a pain in the butt. So that's how I found out about it. So now that we have that off, we can see in here, we can see there's 3 springs. And these springs lock into this block right here. So once I take these springs out, the tremolo is going to come out of the guitar. So we're going to leave it right here. We're going to see how much pressure is on the springs. So I'm definitely going to take my other screwdriver. This is the P.2 and we're going to loosen the screws on the claw a little bit, take some of the tension off the springs. And the bridge is already kind of set up a little bit because of that plate that we put on it. Just take a little bit more pressure off. The older I get, the less I can pull on these springs. First spring. Second spring. Third spring. Now what you want to try to do is you want to take your hand in there and kind of hold the bridge just like that right here. Then get your fingers underneath here on it. Flip it over so it doesn't move. Now we can safely remove it. Now the route on this guitar, yep, it is very close to not coming out. So we can see it does have the FR 37-inch block. I mean, what's strange is this bridge doesn't look horrible. It's not a horrible looking bridge. Let me turn on my other camera here. Now I'm looking at oh my gosh. Holy mackerel. This bridge is brand new, guys. Look at the 2 little shiny spots. let me grab my little tool here. Look at this. This is a brand new bridge. Where's it at? Right there. Look at that big, huge nick. You guys see that? Exact same thing on this side. Right? Right there. In the camera, it doesn't look like that, but that's 2 flat spots in that bridge. It's brand new. So, what I'm thinking is here, at the factory, they strung this thing up, put it under tension, put their tool in it, and changed the height of the action height with string pressure.
Vox said made out of Play-Doh.
Yeah, it's definitely not hard metal. Anytime you want to make a height adjustment on these, you've got to take the pressure of the springs off the tremolo, because as you turn that post, it rotates in here and it just cuts into the knife edge.
Jerry says the bridge wasn't the problem. Your posts are grossly uneven. That will cause an unequal fulcrum point, causing the 2 separate settle points.
Yes, you are correct on that as well. Looking at it, I mean, they're not set perfect, but there's not enough variation there to where it would make that much difference. Because look at it this way, if you think of your fulcrum, okay, this is your fulcrum where it's pivoting, it's made like this. Okay, that's great if it's a straight edge. Okay, I used to think like that. This is a radius. So as this moves forward and you cone shape that radius, okay, as you come around, that radius changes due to the cone shape of the post. So the further you bring this up, this back side of this knife edge slips down and it starts to ride on the side right here. Because it's not a flat surface, it's not straight. So the point of the fulcrum, the point where it balances, changes as this moves. So when you take your 2 different post heights, okay, depending on how you set it, you would have to set level here and then shim here. Most people set to E and then shim your center. So there's always going to be a little bit of difference. But since it's based on a radius, depending on where the bridge is moving, it doesn't really matter. Does that make sense? So if I set the bridge this way, it's still riding in the cone of that radius.
Jerry said, but there's 2 posts, not 1. That's why there's 2 tuning settlements.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if you set one lower than the other, it really doesn't apply, unless I misunderstood your first statement, it doesn't really affect it as far as the fulcrum because it's a radial cone. It's only, the more you throw your posts out this way, the less you can move this way, because you're already hitting the side a little bit, if that makes sense. But we're not going to reuse these posts anyway. I'm a firm believer, you know, if you have a Floydrose Special and you put an FR1000 plate in, you need to replace the posts with FR1000 posts. The metal needs to be similar, needs to be a similar, you know, hardness. That way they wear evenly. I don't know what, if these are like made out of spaghetti sauce or what's going on. So we're definitely going to pull these posts and put the better posts in. So let's change camera. That's just my point, because if you look at the way the post is made, it's a cone. So it rides up on the shoulder on the cone as you move it. I don't really think I think that's why this tremolo only uses one of those.
If
The
you,
other edge is a straight edge.
if you level those posts and reinstall the bridge, the fulcrum points will be corrected.
Right, but that's only in 0. As soon as you move the bridge, that's why I was trying to explain. Think of something in a 3D, okay? If I take that and I cut it, I got a circle. When that circle, it gets larger like this, okay? Now, if you have a straight knife edge, it's still applied in the same spot. But your knife edge isn't straight, it's a radius as well. So as that radius makes contact with a radius cone, as this pivot changes, this point of the knife edge loses contact in the center, and the edge of that radius knife edge rides up on the cone. So the very first part of your bridge, what did I do with the bridge? The tangent, if I draw a straight line, the tangent point right here is no longer making contact. It rides up on the shoulder. That's why if you look at a really old bridge, it all longs it out because it's riding on multiple surfaces of this radius. I get what you're saying, but that only applies if it's a straight edge. Once you do a radial cone and then you radius your knife edge, that point of contact changes. It rides around that radius. So it's hitting one spot at 0. As soon as you move up, it starts making contact in 2 spots. Does that kind of make sense? So you lose that anyway. So if I take this post and I lower it and I twist the bridge, all I've effectively done is emulated when the bridge is like this on the posts. It shouldn't make that much difference because we're only talking about moving something, maximum maybe 10, 12 degrees. Does that kind of make sense? So you would have to adjust this post so far out of whack before you would have a problem with that. I'm not saying that it wouldn't. If I slam this one and I raise this one, 1/8 of an inch higher than this one, yeah. But if it's a 32nd of an inch, like I'm seeing here, that's all I'm seeing, it's not going to make that much difference one way or the other. You're making dual contact to that anyway, if that makes sense. And I'm looking at it, we can gauge it, but it looks about like a 32nd of an inch difference. So you could be right. Maybe it makes that much difference, but looking at that knife edge, I don't think that's going to help it too much. It looks pretty rough. So I'm going to lower these down. I'm going to try to pull them out of here. They don't feel bad as far as rocking in the insert. They don't feel horrible. Oh, I already have one here. So this little tool here I find works pretty good. So I try to get this underneath the post, and I don't have enough room here to. No. Yeah, it's really close. Let me try to get this one. Nope, I'm going to have to raise it. Have to put something under it and raise it. I'm hitting the pickup cover. Very squeaky. Let's see. Let me put something underneath over here. Yeah, this one's right on the pickup, isn't it? I'm gonna have to go up a little bit. That's very solid. I might actually have to go get my pry bar.
Mikey said look inside, make sure you can't see the side of the post.
There's actually quite a, now Mikey brings this up because he has a guitar from Firefly. And when they routed the tremolo cavity here, the inside route hit the bore holes of the posts. So these are budget instruments, guys. I hate that happened to Mikey, but this one here, it's got a good 1/4 inch of material behind it, so we should be good. This one doesn't want to move. Usually it'll come out this way. You guys are looking at me like, oh, that's not the tool you use. This is the one that I normally use, and I can usually get them to move for the first pass. This one is not cooperating. So we will have to get the real tool. Basically, I can't get underneath of it because of the pickup plate. No, the pickup ring is preventing me from getting in there to it. So I may have to result in something a little more aggressive, and I don't like doing that. I really don't.
Does the Gotoh come with anchors?
Yes, it did. That's why I'm trying to pull these posts. The Gotoh does. I guess we could cheat and see if the new posts thread into the old inserts. Let's see, that would save a tremendous amount of time, wouldn't it? Here's the new inserts. The drawback to this is I'm not sure if the Floyd posts are solid on the bottom. Let's see if they're solid on the bottom. Or even if they'll thread.
It says the anchors should be slightly oversized.
Yeah, that doesn't. See, even that post looks bad. Doesn't look happy. Now let's see if this will thread in or not. If it does, that saves us a tremendous amount of time. I'm going to say no, because the thread pitch is 100% different. Oh yeah. That's not happening. So we're definitely changing the posts. I was hoping. That means we're going to have to rethread this. I'm going to have to go down and get a real tool to pull this post. And I'm going to have to get a board to put over the guitar to protect the finish. So this will be a good time for you guys to, again, go get something to drink, because I'm going to have to go down and get more tools. So give me about 5 minutes to run down and get a body protection for this and get my pry tool to pull the posts. We'll just, I'll go to the break screen and you guys can chat, and when we come back we'll try to get these posts out. Okay, let me get the chat window back up. So, this is what I got. And if you don't know what that is a beautiful piece of zebra wood. We're going to use that because I didn't feel like running out to the other building to get my block. So we're going to take our $100 piece of zebra wood, put right there. It doesn't need to be that thick. It's what I had. So I'm going to adjust these posts up a little bit. You got to have enough in there where it'll grab. That's why I really don't like doing it this way, to be honest with you. Here's our piece. We're going to put it under the post. And the reason I don't like doing it this way, you're at an acute angle and it'll sometimes chip the finish on the guitar. There's our first one. It does make a difference. If this board was half the thickness, I could probably get at a better angle. You want to try to pull straight up. The reason I like using this tool is it itches it up. I've done a couple videos showing this trick. These are just in there really, really good. If you can do this and just barely apply pressure and keep this at the right angle, you want to pull straight up. Doing it this way, you can chip the finish. Because if you look, as I'm pulling, the arc is doing this. And it always makes me very concerned. Now see that one come right up. Alright. A little bit more thread on it. The one on the other side was stupid tight. But if you notice, that's about where you want it as far as the angle here. That way when you pull up, the post doesn't getting pulled like that. You're going to run into less chance of chipping the body. Good news is we did not chip the body, but I don't like doing it that way. Plus, I could put a dent in my $100 piece of zebra wood. Hey, I use this for inlays and dovetails and accent stuff on my high end. I don't really show you all too much of my high end work. Sometimes you'll take a body and you'll have the seams and you'll put butterflies or inlays, and I use the zebra wood for that kind of stuff. It's kind of cool. It's an accent. Does it make the guitar sound any better? No, but it's cool looking. Alright, here's our two new inserts. So we're going to drop our new insert in. Oh, guys. So this is why we wanted to do this. This is definitely not a drop-in replacement. So the myth of buying one of these and just dropping it in is debunked. You are not dropping this tremolo in this guitar without modifying it. Now this is with the flutes. We have 11.18. Now let's measure our bore. And I'm going to probably say this is going to be 10. $9.79. That is too much. that is too much. It's okay to, you know, in Imperial to be off a thousandths or so, but you can't be off, was it 9.8 versus 11.15. So it's almost 2 millimeters. So in reality, our bore should be at, with our flutes, .75 should be our bore.
Kirk said hand drill that hole with a paddle bit.
I could do that. I do have a 10.75 bore bit downstairs. The problem is the shop is downstairs. I'm trying to do this in our living room. So I'm not really set up to put this thing in a press and drill it and stuff in the middle of my living room. But if you can see, this is definitely not a drop-in due to the insert. Now, since I have not done one of these guitars, you've got a couple different options. You can bore dead center to where you're taking, you know, 0.5 millimeters off both sides of the bore, or you can drill press this. And if you've got a really nice bit that's not going to deflect in the head of the drill press, there's very little run out in the drill press, you could use the backside of this bore to the finish of the new bore, so you're actually moving it a millimeter that direction. I haven't done one of these guitars to know whether or not you could do that. There's room in the saddles to move them back and forth to set the intonation. And I know what you're thinking, why would you do that? You're changing the center point of the bore. The reason we're going to do that is just what we said before we took our little break and I went down and got tools. Mikey has a Firefly that they literally, when they routed this, it actually hit the bore of the holes. So
Are your old inserts good with the Gotoh studs?
No, I can't use the Gotoh studs with the old inserts. The thread pitch is really, really different. Here, let me do a close-up view of the thread pitch. The Gotoh is more of a coarse thread. So here is the stock Floyd Rose threaded. And you can see look at the difference in the thread pitch. This is a very coarse thread, and the machining on the Floyd Rose is a very fine thread. Now you can also see there's a huge difference in the insert. Floyd Rose insert, Gotoh insert. It's much larger in diameter. And another thing, the Floyd Rose insert is hollow in the bottom. The Gotoh is not. It's solid. And the reason for that is they've got a little set screw inside the post. So when you get this thing set to whatever height you want, you take your other tool, it's probably a 1.5, in here, and there's a screw that comes out of the bottom, and that screw hits the bottom and it locks it from turning. So let's unscrew that. You can see right on the end that little head sticking out. So I'm going to say it's probably a 1.5. Do I have a 1.5 up here? Yep. So as I turn this, we should see it go up. Am I getting that? Alright, so what is this one? It's a 1.5. Maybe it's a 2.0. No. It did come with Allen wrenches, so let's see if maybe it's a 175 or something. This is my first Gotoh, especially the ones with the kooky posts, with the locking posts. So let's take our little Allen driver out here. Indestructible plastic. Alright, there it goes. So as I move this, let me get it over in the wall here. You can see now that screw is getting longer. So this top screw hits the inside bottom of this and then locks the post from moving.
Did you say you need to make the post holes larger?
Yeah, I'm going to have to make the post holes larger. I'm pretty sure I have a 10.75 mil bit downstairs. The problem, guys, with that is it's already bored. So what ends up happening when you spin up a regular conventional drill bit, goes like this. So what ends up happening, you're only trying to take half a mil off either side of the bore, so the bit catches because it wants to pull thread in instead of cutting. So you actually need a different kind of bit for that. I'm trying to think of the name of the bit. There's a technical name for it. It's a very fine thread. Well, it's almost like a screw drive bit that clearances for those type holes. I know I do not have one of those. So
Would you use a, I'm gonna say this wrong, Forstner bit on the post holes?
if you've got a really good drill press, a Forstner bit's the way to go. But keep in mind, since a Forstner bit has got a flat shoulder on it, and it's designed to cut flat bottom holes. In this case, I don't think it would really matter as long as your drill press didn't have a lot of run out as far as when you pull the spindle down and it didn't do this number. Like a cheap drill press, the head will have some play in it. The chuck has some play in it. So the last thing you want is when that bit comes down that it shakes, and that'll cause a chip too. That's where high-end shops, their machines have higher tolerances, there's less play in them, so you can do more accurate work. If you've got a happy homeowner, porta cable drill press in your basement, or a Craftsman drill press, something that wasn't that expensive, there's a lot of movement in the head, if that makes sense.
Said his thoughts is plug the holes.
Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do. First thing to do is you get a depth, you fill the hole, you plug it, let it set overnight, and then re-drill it. But even at that rate, it's going to be two dissimilar materials, and the bit is still want to catch the other material versus the plug, because the grain in the body's going this way. And if you put a dowel in it to fill it, or a plug, the grain's going to be going this way, unless you do a line bore on a piece of end grain or top bore. And that's going to cost a lot of money. You would need I forget what that bit's called. It's a hollow bit with the teeth that bore through. But either way, it's going to be dissimilar material. It would be safer that way to fill it and then rebore it. I mean, I can go downstairs and do it if I've got the right bit.
Vox said put drill on reverse.
Yes, that does definitely help Vox. But again, you're using a drill bit that has a very coarse corkscrew action. So as it turns in reverse, it'll hop. The finish on this guitar goes right up to that corner. There's no shoulder at all on this. Does that make sense?
Kurt said he would use a normal wood bit and a drill press.
Yeah. I think the safest way, and you guys are going to laugh at me, is to have a 10.75 flat end mill bit and spin it up to about 3,000 RPMs and slowly run it into the guitar.
And Jerry said a hand drill works fine too.
Again, you can do that, but the issue is it's going to chip. And there's no lip, there's no furrow lip on this. So whatever your bore looks like here, that's what you're going to see. The only way to not chip it is you're going to need RPMs, and it's going to need to be some type of carbide tooth. So the only way to really do it right would be a 10.75 end mill bit, like a 3 flute. Spin it up to about 3,000 RPMs and come down to it, and it wouldn't chip. It would be a nice hole.
Fox said, I drill bowling balls as part of my job. My ball drill press will handle that job, no problem, with the right bit.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you that thing's drilling rocks. Yeah, there's no run out in those machines.
Devastator said a hole punch is your friend.
What you could do, you could use a reaming bit. If you want to use a conventional drill, if you just ream the top of these holes to, let's say, 11 millimeters, just a fraction over, and then bore it into 10.75, I think you could get away with that. I don't know where my reamer is. I did look for my reamer the other day. I was working on a guitar and I needed it, and I have no idea what I did with my reamer. I do have a 5 flute reamer, so I could technically ream the hole out to 11 and then drill it. I would feel safe doing that.
James said, I use BBs and put the screw back in and turn it and slowly comes up. You may have to add BBs a couple times till it comes out.
What's that?
James said, I use BBs, you know, like a BB gun,
Oh,
and put the screw back in and turn it and it slowly comes up. You may have to add BBs a couple times till it comes out.
yeah. I've heard that too. On these, you couldn't do that because it's a solid shaft. So you're just filling the shaft. On the Floyd Rose, yeah, it's hollow.
A step bit works too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold off on this, guys, because I don't want to chip the finish. So I'm probably going to take this to the shop and use an end mill bit and do it right. I don't want to chip it. The only way I feel comfortable doing it is chucking up an end mill bit in it, putting it in a vise to where I know it's not going to move, and lining it up and bore it to that. The next issue is the depth of the bore. Let's see how deep the bore is here.
Mikey said, don't drill through the sides.
So the depth of our bore is not deep enough as well. So we also need to go deeper on the bore. And looking at it, I don't think we have that much room. Let's check our depth here on how deep the body actually is right there. Yeah, I can't get an accurate measurement that way. Hold on. That's the maximum that I have to work with. Yep, it's going to drill through the guitar. See that? So this is the distance from the top of the guitar to the inside routing right here. Okay? So this is taller than the amount of thickness that I have from here to the top of the guitar. So, I do believe that means we either might do a lot of extra work or we do what we normally do and build a custom Floyd bridge for this guitar. See, when you bore through like that, it drastically weakens this part of the body of the guitar. Because right now you can't see through it. Okay? Notice they bored down and it stops. In the bottom back here, that adds a lot of strength. So if I bore all the way through this to the other side, that makes for an extremely weak. Notice, see how the hole goes?
Cheryl has to go.
Oh, okay. Daryl?
Cheryl.
Go Floyd. Be safe. Gonna. Oh, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming in, Cheryl. So, like I said, we need more women coming in. I know music, guitars, stuff, I know it's a guy thing, but there's a lot of women out there that play bass, play keys, sing. You know, we need to get them in the channel. And, you know, I think it's cool that Cheryl and Linnell are here and they participate, if that makes sense. To me, that just makes me feel awesome, you know, if that makes sense. So I don't want to go any further with this, simply because our insert is too large and it's going to seriously jeopardize the structural integrity of the tremolo pocket here, guys. So we are going to have to stick with a Floyd Rose bass bridge with the smaller diameter insert. So we're going to have to go to the FR1000, and I hate to say it, but I don't think we're going to have a choice. The way the guitar is routed, I don't feel comfortable, one, removing a whole nother millimeter of meat. We got to remove another millimeter of meat here. Look at how close it is to the hole. And not only that, right here there's a lip. So between the bottom of this hole and here, it's not that big inside the guitar. We only have, let's get a measurement. There is 4.13 millimeters. Well, we already know we got to take a millimeter off of both sides of the bore because it's 1.8 millimeters too small. Now, right here, there's a lip. Okay, this goes down about 1/4 inch and then it ramps in a millimeter. So if I bore this to 10.75, I'm only going to end up with 2 millimeters of wood back here. And I'm going to have to bore all the way through the guitar back here. So I am going to say no. Would it work? Yes, you could do that. You would do it. Would it fail? Yes. I think that joint would fail. If you leaned on the bridge and you were aggressive with it, there's just not enough meat there for me to feel comfortable with it. It's already on the thin side, so I think we're gonna have to go to a Floyd Rose post, like is what's in the guitar now, and just do an upgraded Floyd Rose bridge. And we may have to take our Gotoh here and put it in a guitar that has a different route. I do have another Floyd Rose. I have a Floyd Rose. Right there. So, I guess technically we could put this bridge in the guitar.
Wicked Fester votes a Floyd 1000.
So this is a German-made Schaller Floyd Rose.
Did you hear me?
What's this, honey?
I said Wicked Fester votes a Floyd 1000.
Yeah, Floyd Rose 1000. Now, I've got this bridge. This isn't a very expensive bridge. And I don't think it's black, and I don't think it's chrome. I don't remember what it is. It's black chrome.
Birdman says you making a Devastator bridge.
So here's my German Floyd Rose.
Did you hear me?
Devastator bridge.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I have this bridge. Black chrome, Floyd Rose, German made. You can see it's FR, it actually has the right plate. It's the 37, just like the one that come out of it. It's not black. What do you guys think? Put a $350 bridge on a $300 guitar?
Oh my goodness.
That's kind of crazy, right? I mean, I have the bridge. It's been here for a while. We could do that. Now, before I say we could do that, before I get all the parts here out of whack, I definitely want to put the parts back in this tremolo here. So let me get the posts. I don't want to lose any parts to this particular unit. Let's scoot it over. Here's our claw that came out of it. So that's our Gotoh. I put the posts and stuff back in it. Well, I see Birdman's comment. Might as well keep the silly thing. I don't know. I mean, I do have this bridge. The only drawback to this bridge is it being the black chrome. I would have to source some black chrome top hardware. But as far as the looks, I mean, I don't mind the black chrome. And wow, there is a difference there as well. That is tight. So right here, this block right here is right on the edge of the route. So you can look at the difference in the blocks here. This is the German block that holds the bar. Now look at this one. Look at how much smaller the cheaper bridge is.
Jupe's gotta go.
So this right here might cause an issue as well. You see the difference in the thickness? So this one's bigger than this one. Okay, Jupe, thank you so much for coming in, buddy. I'll get with you on your guitar. Hopefully tomorrow we can talk and we work something out. Oh, I forgot the springs in the other tremolo box. What did I do with it? I don't know. I don't know if I feel comfortable putting a $300 bridge and a $300 guitar. I mean, I've done it before. What do you guys think? Is that something that I should, I mean, this bridge has been here for a while.
Birdman said, not sure Renee wants to pay the $500 price tag.
That's the question. Would Renee be willing to, I mean, either way, if, let's say we build a bridge like we did for Devastator, and on Jupe's guitar, you're looking at $60 for saddles, $70 for, well, I guess I don't have to buy saddles. I could reuse these saddles. You're at least looking at a base plate and posts. So at least $100. Everything else on this bridge is standard. So it's not like the one Firefly bridge. That might be the way to go. But this one needs a home too. This is black chrome. Before I go too far, let's look at the posts and see if they are the same as the posts in that one. Yeah, see, they're much shorter.
Kurt said I wouldn't install that on that guitar.
So that's a very similar size post. If you just look at the insert. So yeah, we're just gonna have to go back to a Floyd Rose. I'm gonna mic it through the bag, even though I know, oh, Trucker Bob, thank you so much. I'm gonna mic it through the bag. Now I know the bag's gonna throw it off a little bit. So in the bag, I'm reading 10.11.
Steven said he would just rebuild that one.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to have to stick to a Floyd Rose style bridge. Oh. Well, that means I have a goth bridge here that needs to go in a home. We got to find a project for it because this is definitely not the guitar for that bridge.
Devastator said lighter fluid fixes it.
Oh, you're going to burn my poor little guitar up. Okay, well, if you guys were tuning in wanting to see it, this is, I said it in the last stream, the whole reason I did this is because I hear people say it's a drop-in replacement. No, it's not a drop-in replacement. If you've got to rebore your holes to change your inserts, that's not a drop-in replacement. Now, is it difficult? In this case, it is, because this guitar doesn't, the holes, they haven't machined the body out. Okay? So these two holes, that's finish on the guitar. Now, if this guitar had been recessed in, I don't think I would have a problem boring it, because if it did chip or something, I could come in here and use a filler and I could retouch up the paint. No one would ever see it because the bridge goes over it. But in this case, with the finish being right there, there's no recess for the bridge to go into the body. If it chipped, you're going to see it, if that makes sense.
Steve said put that bridge in the DCP90.
Oh, this one here? Put that Floyd in this? I actually thought about that.
The Gotoh, I do believe.
Well, wouldn't that be stupid, guys? Oh, the Gotoh. Put the Gotoh. I guess I could.
Kurt said, try to repair the original bridge, sharpen the knife edge, and file the posts a little.
Yeah, I might actually do that, Kurt.
Guitar Bob has to go.
Oh, okay, Guitar Bob. It's great that you come back to the. Hopefully, we wasn't super boring tonight. Every stream is a little different. Sometimes we just talk new products. Tonight it was, can you get a Goth bridge and just swap your Floyd Rose bridge? This is why we do things, because the internet can sometimes run you down the wrong road. So tonight we just proved that if you do a Goth and you do it right and you change the posts, okay, which you should do, you should never run two dissimilar materials. It's not a drop-in replacement. You're going to be reboring the holes. And since the diameter of the insert is different, it is definitely on a guitar like this, it's going to weaken this spot of the guitar. So I'm going to say in this case, it's a no-go. And for anyone saying that it's a drop-in replacement, I'm going to say no, it is not. If you use your factory posts, maybe you could. Maybe you could put an FR1000 post, the harder post, in this stock set and then use the Goth bridge. But you're kind of throwing a dart because you don't know how hard the metal is in the Goth. It's two different manufacturers. Would you be okay? You might be. I don't know. That would be something, if you've done that, if you've done a Goth bridge and all you've done is replaced your post, you left your insert but you put an FR1000 post in, please post in the comment section when the video is done. Did you have issues? Did the post wear out before the base plate, or did it not work? Is this angle cut different and it caused issues? If you have any prior experience on that, please post below, help others out. But from what I'm seeing on this particular guitar, it's not a drop-in replacement. It wouldn't be on any guitar because of the inserts.
Trucker Bob said, it's a drop-in replacement for a AliExpress Jackson Kelly. He put the same 1996 in his Kelly, but he had to put a Music Lily Floyd Rose in his Firefly FFST.
Who was this, Bob?
Trucker Bob.
Okay, Trucker Bob, did you replace the inserts and the posts, or just the posts?
Kurt said, Avery, if you do that, we will find out how soft the base plate is and how soft the posts are. Science.
Yeah, that's why I don't have a metal hardness tester here that has the pin that'll dent it to test the hardness. So I know the special, Floyd Rose special steel is a little softer than the 1000 steel. My question is the hardness of the 1996 Gotoh bridge. Is it Floyd Rose special hardness? Is it the FR1000 hardness? Or is it even harder? They should be exactly the same. That way they wear evenly. That's the point.
Steven said they used the old posts.
Yeah. See, that's the issue. You shouldn't use the old posts. I try to do things right. Yeah, could I sit and use these posts and put that other tremolo in? I could. I could do that. Would it work okay? It might for a little while. But I don't want to give bad information, okay? In my opinion, that's doing bad repair work, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is just my thought. I'm 100% sure people have done it. You know, people just leave these posts in, slap the new bridge in it. Wow, I got a Gotoh. but there's a little more science in it. The metals need to be similar, that way they wear at the same rate. Okay?
Mikey,
That's the thing. They need to wear at the same rate.
Mikey said just use Floyd Rose 1000 post.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mikey. Now, the FR1000 post, you know, is harder, but like what Wicked Fester's saying, it's got to match. The hardness has to match. The 1000 post is definitely harder than this post. Is the Gotoh metal harder or softer than the 1000? We don't know. It's two different manufacturers. The metals need to be the same hardness. That way they wear evenly. If one is softer than the other, it puts all the wear on the softer component. So let's say you've got two pieces made out of the exact same metal, the post and the plate, and you get 10 years out of it, okay? But they're both wearing evenly. If you put a really hard plate in and a soft post, it's going to go half that amount of time because all the wear is going to be on the softer component.
Kurt said, okay, Avery, just bust out the torch and some oil. Temper that crap.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. But again, it has to be the same hardness. So I think we're just gonna order a pair of FR1000 posts and a pair of an FR1000 base plate. And what's sad is I was gonna do that, and I did this just to see if it's a drop-in replacement. And I hate to say it, it is not a drop-in replacement. Not in due quality work. I don't want to put information out on YouTube and a new guitar player buy this guitar and put a Gotoh in it, and then in a year later the posts are shot and it still doesn't hold tune. That's not a good repair. A good repair is you fix it and it lasts. It has longevity, especially with a new musician, someone learning. They need something that's going to be good, that's going to return to zero, and they're learning on it. They're going to start getting comfortable with that instrument. If a year down the road or a year and a half down the road that instrument starts going out of tune, that's right in their main learning stage. Do people change instruments? Sure they do. But that first couple years of playing guitar, kind of stick with your guitar. Try to get as much out of that guitar as you possibly can before you move on to something else. I don't want to put out information that's incorrect or, doing something halfway, if that makes sense. And I think even if I know I have a pair of FR1000 posts downstairs, even doing that and then putting the Goth in it is just it's not good practice, if that makes sense. That's just if you disagree with me, you can put it down in the comments section and say, dude, I do it all the time and there's no problems. And that's great. I just want the security of saying, it's not my fault. This company claims these two hardnesses are the same. They're designed to work together. If that product fails 10 years down the road, it's not my fault. I didn't engineer and do the metallurgy and the tempering of this post and that plate. Does that kind of make sense? If I do the FR1000 and that, I'm just throwing a dart. I have no clue which one's softer or harder versus the other. I think that's just bad info, if that makes sense. I don't want to mislead anybody. So, that's what this channel's about. We ordered it, now we know. So, that gives you a reference in the future. If you're thinking about doing a Goth, you might want to pull your bridge and look at the amount of space that you have right here. Because you're going to be boring these holes bigger, and you want to see how much thickness that you have right here, because the post is a good 1/4 inch longer than the Floyd Rose post.
Kurt said maybe the drop-in is they used the Gotoh bridge with the old posts. Is that even possible?
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing, Kurt. Yeah. You could take the Gotoh bridge and lock it on this post. It would work. that's what we were just talking about. But let's say this post is harder than the Goth, which we know it's not because this is the cheap Floyd Rose. Let's just say the post is harder. Well, the knife edge on the bridge is going to wear twice as fast. Because instead of this piece and the knife edge on the bridge wearing consistently, they're both wearing at the same rate, all the wear goes on the softer component. So it wears out twice as fast. Whichever component is the softest is going to wear twice as fast. Because the harder metal isn't going to wear it. It's going to wear it, but not near as the softer metal. So just count on the longevity being cut in half, if that makes sense. That's why I'm going to say it's not a direct replacement. And people are going to say I do it all the time. That was my point in saying that. Someone's going to say they do it all the time. That's fine. Certain things I don't do here, I don't put Bondo in guitars. I don't use dissimilar metal products and dissimilar metallurgy on a tremolo. I don't do that. See, I've got standards. That's just me. If you guys want to do it, you know what you have to do now. Would it drop in the other way? Yes. Everything else looks like it's identical and you wouldn't have any problems as long as you use the other posts. Do you want to go out and get a pair of FR1000 posts? Most likely. Because the Gotoh is not going to be made out of the soft pot metal that this one's made out of. So if you're going to do it, at least get a pair of FR1000 posts. And again, it's dissimilar metal. I'm going to say you shouldn't do it. To do it right, you should replace the inserts and the posts to do it right. All right, guys, we are going to take our, because I took a break to go down and get the zebra wood, but that was an unofficial break. If you're just chiming in and you're just here and you're in the background and you're not saying anything, you don't have to be a subscriber to chat here. We want you to come in and chat. What would you do in this scenario? I've already said my piece on it. I don't think you should do it, but we all get in a spot. If I was someone that I had just ordered that, you got two options. You could send it back and get a refund and then take your refund money and buy a plate. Or if you got it somewhere and now you're in a position and you can't send it back, I get it. I get it, 100%. So now you're in a catch-22. You don't want to drill the guitar out. What I would do then, if you can't return it and you're stuck with it, I would do FR1000 posts. At least then you've got a hardened post and the Gotoh hardened plate. You would probably be okay. But if you can, and you don't want to bore and stuff like that, send it back and just get a better Floyd Rose bridge. Or do like what we did a video a little while ago, build a better Floyd Rose, you can follow that. Well, we're going to end up doing basically the exact same thing as I normally do. I did this because I wanted to see if it would work. So now the information's out there. Whoever watches this in the future knows they've got some choices. You're either going to have to mix match manufacturers on the fulcrum points, or you're doing some drilling and some retro fitting on the inserts and posts to make it work on your guitar. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to get some hot cocoa and get a munchie. And when we come back, we're going to talk guitars on a completely new topic. We're going to put this thing away, and maybe next week or the following week we can hop back on this guitar and build a bridge that'll actually work without drilling holes in our guitar. All right, guys, let's take our 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm still technically on break. I'm having my normal smoke break. I do, guys. I am going to try to wing off the smokes. I know that I'm still smoking. I am going to start cutting back. Um, I think it's that point. I had quit once before, about 7 years ago, and started smoking again. Um, I had quit for, shoot, 5 years, 6 years, and then started smoking again. So I know it's capable. I know that I'm capable of doing it. I just have to have the willingness to want to quit. So, and that's starting to itch up on me again. So hopefully this time I can hold to my guns. Oh my gosh, that's really full. That is really full. Look at that. There's like a 16th of an inch on the top of that cup. She's wanting you guys to laugh at me when I take a drink and it goes all over me. I know I have to play her silly reindeer games quite often. uh, yeah, I'm thinking about it. But you know, it was one of those things. It helps me relax. Some people have a beer or whatever their crutch is. Mine was smoking. Um, but I think I'm going to start slowly winging myself off of it. Um, all right. Well, now that we've got that out of the way, Trucker Bob, I think, made a comment that I can just keep it as parts downstairs, and when a guitar comes in, that I can do a direct replacement with the Goth, or a guitar that has a recessed cavity that doesn't have quite as much meat cut out for the block. And I know I can retain 4 millimeters of wood between the posts and the route. I won't have a problem boring that. But the way the guitar is, the inside route has a 1 millimeter step in it. So if I rebore this guitar for the new insert, I'm going to only have 2 millimeters of wood behind that post. I get it. It's a radius. It's only 2 meters, 2 millimeters from the tangent point, from the straight, from being perpendicular from the tangent. It has to take all that material. You really need 4 millimeters. 4 millimeters is thin. 2 millimeters, in my opinion, is just a little too thin, in my opinion. When I work on guitars, if someone brings me something, I have to stand behind it. Okay? That means if something happens to it, I have to fix it. So if I don't tell the customer, hey, if you do this, you're removing all the structural wood, right here. This could fail. If I don't go to them and tell them that, okay, and that fails, then it's my responsibility. Especially if you're not a woodworker. All they're going to know is they leaned on the tremolo and all of a sudden now the insert popped out of the guitar, or it's rising, or it cracked the body. It falls back on the person that did the work. Now, if someone brings me a Goth, I can say, look, I've tried this before, and these were the issues that I ran into. I can take your guitar apart and see if your guitar is going to be willing to take the modifications to do this properly, or, as Mikey just said, you can use the Floyd Rose posts. Then order a pair of FR1000 posts and install it. Again, I want to qualify that as, could they be exactly the same hardness? Sure. It could be. But odds are they're not. Okay? The process is different. It's a different manufacturer. So one's going to be harder than the other, so they're going to wear unevenly. So take that with a grain of salt. Give the person all that information. Then if they decide to reuse the old posts or put FR1000 or German Floyd Rose and now USA Floyd Rose post stars. There are no German bridges anymore. Schaller's no longer making them. If they choose to do that, then it's up to the customer. They've chosen to go that route to save money, or they just have to have a Goth and don't want you to rebore it. I hate to be that way, but there's always a different way of looking at things. You got to look at it as the tech. Does it make sense to do it? Does it really make sense to take this guitar, bore the holes out, and do all that extra work for a Goth? Okay, you bought the Goth for $150 because the Floyd Rose FR1000 is $220. Okay, that's $70 difference. You're probably going to spend $70 in labor to modify this to get the new post to work. If not, it's at least going to be $50, at least an hour of work and prep and touch up. Because he's charging you to make that, all that we just did, you're paying for that. So let's just say it's $50. Now you're $25 in the good. You saved $25, let's say. Well, now you only got 2 millimeters of wood back there. So you saved $20, but you've weakened the structural integrity of the guitar.
Vox said drill and tap the posts and install grease nipples.
Huh? Okay, grease nipples. That's my point. We were doing it trying to, one, save a little money, and two, make it a little easier for someone that didn't want to order a bunch of parts. And again, I want to keep qualifying this. Could you use the FR1000 posts? I think you can, but they're not going to be the same hardness. One's going to be harder than the other. How much difference is there versus an FR1000 post and FR1000 bridge? I don't know. Someone that has a true metal shop, that has a metal hardness tester, they would have to test the posts of an FR1000 and the plate and the Goth. Then they could tell you how similar are the hardnesses between these two. You might find that they're extremely similar and there's absolutely no issue. I just don't want to say you can do it and it's going to last as long as you use similar parts, because I don't know.
Mikey said posts are cheaper than the bridge.
They are. Posts are cheaper than the bridge. They're about $30 for the posts. So in my case with the stock bridge, like I think it was Kurt said, clean up this bridge. I did that on my original Firefly FFMN. I showed you how to go in here and clean these knife edges. The problem is these bridges are what they're called spot hardened. Okay? So they spot harden this section. This whole base plate isn't hardened. They're only spot hardening right here in the knife edges. So depending on what they did, you start getting in here and recutting that. I don't know. If it's spot hardened, it should be hardened in at least a 32nd to a 16th of an inch, I would say. It would have to be. So you might be okay. The good way of telling is just take it downstairs and see. If it is truly hardened and you're trying to reshape this knife edge, you're going to know it, because it's not going to clean up very easily. You're really going to have to put a lot of labor and a lot of work in it. If it cleans up really quickly and you've got these straight in 5 minutes, you can pretty much guarantee that it's extremely soft and the knife edges are not very well hardened. Because if it cleans up that easy, that means it's going to dull and flatten out very easily as well. I may take it downstairs this week and tinker with it and see what it does. But as of right now, I'm going to order a base plate and new posts for the guitar. Okay, now that we've went through all the fancy things that we've went through, we were at Shenandoah Music today, and I kept saying that I had a cable that was going out. I have replaced that cable. Now, on your all's end, I would go back and I would listen to the stream, and most of the time I didn't hear the crackling from the shortened cable. And I'm going to qualify that because I'm going to play this guitar. Oh, inside joke. While we were at Shenandoah Music, I bought the new cable. It's just a small adapter. So we do have the new cable. I forgot I did some alternative tuning. I went to hit the E and I'm like, what's going on? So let me turn on the other camera here.
You must not be able to hear me.
I can hear you. I've just got you turned way down. Let me pump you up, honey.
Oh, Lord.
There you go. What's up?
Oh, Birdman said pick up another mic for me.
We do. The issue we're having right now, guys, is we're a little taxed. Linnell has been making payments on a neck through Jackson, and it's like one of her dream guitars. So each month, our extra funds that we normally spend on, you know, maybe budget guitars or pedals or new cables and stuff like that, have been going towards that layaway. Not only that, okay, what's really kills, I won't say it's Linnell's. Normally we only do one guitar. I have one last payment on the Schecter. So we're making payments on two guitars. And basically at Shenandoah, we only had 3 months. Now, would they let me run over? Absolutely they would. If I needed another month and I said, look guys, you know, this is a $1,500 guitar, can I have another month? They would have no issues with it. I spend quite a bit of money there. Hopefully they view me as a valuable customer. So I think they would give me that time. I haven't asked them, but we've been making payments on that guitar and my Schecter, which was $1,500. Now I had 6 months to pay for that. Next month is the last payment on the Schecter, and we're not going to be able to get the Jackson by the end of the month. We're just going to be a little too tight, so it's going to be next month. We're gonna have to do the full 3 months on the Jackson layaway. We're actually going to be a fraction over. I think we're going to end up probably being a week and a half over our 3 month window. Going to talk to Matt when we go in to make our next payment and make sure he's okay with that. I'm pretty sure he's going to be. So we're going to take it that it's going to be okay. But being that we're making payments on two guitars, it's really made us instrument poor. So it does make a big difference. That's why you can hear when I do this now, I sound so much different. Because normally I had another mic over here. So I had two mics. So as I talked, you didn't get this strange effect of me turning my head. She actually has the other microphone like this.
You got a super chat from Penagore.
Ooh, thank you, Penagore.
It's a microphone fun for me.
Linnell Mic Fun. Woo. Yep, $5. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we're going to get her one of these. I think I told this story. She went in, I forget, what's the girl's name at Shenandoah?
Jennifer.
Jennifer. Well, I let her and Jennifer go in and look at microphones, and here comes Linnell. She's just walking in, she's like that, and I'm like, oh, okay, she's found a mic. I go in there, and it's a $300 microphone. I'm like, holy shit. It's a $300 microphone. And, you know, her and Jennifer are talking. It's a nice microphone. It is. It was a nice microphone. I really, really, really like these SA X1As. This is a $99 microphone. It is a super nice microphone. You guys heard it last Thursday when I was using the SA instrument mic and the 57 on the guitar. And I just pushed this microphone back and put a little reverb on it to get a little room sound from the acoustic. Awesome for doing that. And it's awesome. Like, I keep it away from me. But this microphone has a really good sound to it.
Mikey gave us super chat for the Jackson Fund.
The Jackson Fund. Yeah, that's an awesome guitar she's getting. So now, if you listen to me, I'm a little overgained. But if I cut that back, it's a really good microphone. Now, I have this on a 286 channel strip. It's a solid sounding microphone. And it's $99. I think the day of the SM57, I mean, why was the 57 so popular? Well, I know why it was so popular, because it was a bulletproof microphone. Why was the 58 so popular? It was a bulletproof microphone. Did they sound great? Not really. They didn't. That's why mine is a 57 beta. It's a little bit larger dynamic range, but it's still not the 57 that everyone crows about. I bought the SA microphones. They sound so much better than that 57 ever did. So we're going to probably get her one of these microphones, and that means I can go back to talking like this, and it won't sound like I'm turning away from the microphone. So that's why you guys are hearing that. She has the other good mic. Now, the reason I changed, here's the new cable. I'm doing something a little different this time. So if we look at this little guy, it's a 1/4 inch to 2, it goes 1/8 tip ring sleeve to 2 1/4 inch tip rings. And I'm using 2 guitar cables to the Mackie. My other cable went 1/4 inch tip ring sleeve, and then it split and had XLRs on the other side. And it shorted out right here because the cable was really, really thin. It was like the really cheap microphone cable, and it wasn't any good. So I bought this one. Hopefully it's going to last.
Devastator said, pro tip, talk into the microphone.
Exactly. I could, but you guys know I like moving my head around, so it's nice having 2 mics. But we did the stream with a single mic for probably 5 or 6 months before I bought the second mic. So I didn't think that anyone would mind it too much having the mic off center. See, now I can move the mic, I can move this mic over. But the drawback is even if I move the arm like this, the mic face is here, okay, and I'm here. So it's still not technically in the right position. If I kind of move it, see how it changes as I rotate the mic? And that I can get away with that. So as long as I keep it in a decent spot like that, and as I move, I can go off axis quite a bit, and it doesn't affect it too much. But I'm over here working, then I'm over here. So the 2 microphones was definitely better. But anyway, while we were at Shenandoah, I did pick up the new cable. So that short has been resolved. And the reason I bring this up, while we were there, and if you guys want it, I think it's a stupid deal. It was an RG 767 Ibanez, 7-string. Beautiful blue burl top on it. It had a 3-piece maple neck, no shiplap joint. Okay, it did not have the 5-piece. So it doesn't have the 2 little pieces of wood going through here that give it the accent, but it was 3 pieces of maple, 3/4 sawn pieces of maple. $270. Yeah. I wanted the guitar, but I had already bought the $80 IYV that we showed at the beginning of the stream. Linnell said just go to them and tell them you want it and they'll hold it. I might still do that. I might call them on Monday and say, do you have it? It did have a couple little nicks in the back. Okay? But I know it's not one of the super cheap Ibanez's because it doesn't have the shiplap joint right here. It is a 3-piece neck. So I should have wrote down the model number and seen what the guitar costs new. I'm going to guess it's a $500 to $600 guitar new. And the only reason I say that, as soon as I plugged it in, I know it has the 7-string quantum pickups in it because it just instantly sounded familiar to me. I love the Ibanez quantum pickups. I am 100% on board on these ceramic rock pickups that Ibanez has created. I like the sound of them. When I plugged it in, it had that sound. I'm like, oh, this guitar. It plays, it needs a setup. The action height was a little high on the guitar, but it was $270 for a 3-piece maple neck, burl top, mahogany back. Now it's an RG, so it's like Linnell's blue RGA, but it's just an RG. It's an RG 7607 or something like that. Beautiful guitar. $270. If you guys want a 7-string and you don't want a V shape, give them a call. I played the guitar. It does need a setup. It needs the action lowered on a little bit, but I know after playing it, that would be an awesome playing guitar. Give it a truss rod adjustment just a little bit. Lower the action. Double check your intonation because you're lowering the action. That's going to affect the intonation. Just go through, give the guitar, a good setup, and for $270, that would be a phenomenal instrument. Give them a call. If not Monday, I'm probably going to call them and just say, look, I want it. Simply because it's just got that sound. It sounds just like this guitar. It's so... There's something, I don't know what it is. This guitar, Linnell's RGA, and that guitar over there, it just... There's something about the pitch harmonics and the way these pickups read that. It just has a real awesome... I can't explain it. I've got it tuned to... I was playing regular. This guitar was tuned to a drop tune. But if you guys want it, give them a call. It's not perfect. It's not like this guitar that we bought this one new. Linnell bought our RGA there used. You couldn't tell it from new. This guitar does have a nice little spot right here. It's got a little ding down here, and it's got one little ding on the top. It's not bad at all though. For $270, a 7-string like that with these pickups. It's the exact same bridge that this guitar has. It's just a 7-string version. Didn't have any issues with the tuning keys. I was playing with it. I thought it was good. That's why I bring it up. Almost got 2 guitars today, but I just didn't have enough funds to even really put any money on it on layaway because I won't get paid for the following week, and yeah, you know, bills come first. It is what it is. We did do the IYV, so I'm happy with the decision that I made. I can't get over this guitar and Linnell's RGA, but both of them just play so well. Someone right now is looking up that guitar trying to find it. I don't know. I don't know how old that guitar is when they manufactured it, but for $270 with a 3-piece maple neck, it's not a shiplap joint. It's a 3-piece neck with the quantum pickups. That's a guitar because of the quality of the construction of the neck. If you wanted to put an upgraded hip shot bridge on it and stuff like that, you're not wasting your money. It's a 3-piece neck. That neck is going to be stable. It's not like our 1-piece necks where they'll kind of move from season to season. A 3-piece neck is far superior. Even though it was a 7-string, the neck was real thin on the guitar. So it has like the Wizard 3 neck. Yeah, if you guys are looking for something like that, they have one. Like I said, it's Shandor Music in Winchester, Virginia. I thought that was a heck of a deal. What else did they have? I think that was the best deal they had, in my opinion. They had a couple other what I thought were okay deals, but as far as stupid deals, I thought that was the stupidest deal they had. That one won't be there long. So if you guys are looking for a 7-string at a cheap price, there you go. If you just came into the stream, I know it's been kind of going back and forth. This is what we picked up today. This is an IP-350 by IYV. And if you wasn't here at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to qualify this as the tech at Shenandoah Music set this guitar up, Brian. So the gentleman lived in Winchester, and he has a couple of these IYVs. And he took it down to Shenandoah Music, and they did a full setup on it when he purchased the guitar. So the guitar is not in its stock form right now. It was altered and set up. The Brian, but there are two Brians, Brian at Shenandoah and Brian I bought it off of. He didn't say whether or not there was any fretwork done. But I know Brian at Shenandoah, doing fretwork isn't considered a basic setup. And Brian, the gentleman I bought it off of, said that he did a basic setup on the guitar. So the frets must have been pretty decent. Guitar's got a good sound. So this is why I didn't bring the 7-string home. I had already purchased this one. This one cost us $80. That's half the price of the new one. And it is not black. It does have the gray center. And you can see the maple striping coming out. Now the one on Amazon looks much lighter. This almost looks black from a distance. So I don't know if they've changed if the new ones are just lighter in the front, or if this was a darker flame maple top. If this was a darker finish that they did, I'm not sure. But the one that they list on Amazon now is a much lighter, well, the photos show it as a much lighter center going out to the black sides. There's the neck joint. And the tuners. So kind of looking over it, I don't see any obvious damage. Like I said, I bought it used. String through body. And the pickups say Destiny CNC wound. So that's what we posted last night on Discord. So I just wanted to bring this up in case you guys come in late. You could see that the guitar was purchased. Remember, everything here, guys, comes and goes. So keep that in mind. This guitar probably won't stay, but I have a comparison now. What I think is cool is before I took twice the money, okay, and ordered one on Amazon, at least now I know, like I said, Brian's already worked on this guitar. The guitar is capable of being a good playing instrument. Whether or not it comes this good from Amazon, I don't know. But I know it's capable. And IYV is capable of building a nice guitar. This feels like a nice guitar. It plays well. It sounds decent. I think if I bought this guitar and I pulled this guitar out of the box and I paid $200 for it, I'd go 100% this is a winner. But right now this guitar is selling for $168. So if you can pull this guitar out of the box on Amazon and it plays this well and sounds like this, I would definitely say this is one heck of a bang for your buck. Even at $168, if you got to pull it out and just do a light setup on it, I still think it's a good buy. But like I said, I don't really know what all was done to this guitar. Because I know Brian, he's a good tech, so they didn't tell me any electronics or anything had been changed. They just said there was a setup done on it. If that's the case, I would say it's a winner. And I want to qualify that because the gentleman said he's had this for a couple years. And I have heard, and you can even see this on Amazon, on IYV reviews. You'll look at some of the reviews. Some people say it's still a good guitar, even though IYV seems like their quality has dropped a little bit lately. I've seen that on a couple reviews on Amazon that they purchased IYVs in the past. The one they just got was good, just not quite as good as the one they got a couple years ago.
Birdman said the new one might have the newer logo on headstock.
Yeah, this one's kind of goofy looking, to be honest with you. That one just the block, I guess it's the I versus the Y and the V. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of strange. But in reality, it actually has a lot of color in it. The color, I don't know if I can get it in there or not.
Benigor said, I don't know how much of a setup he did since we didn't see it stock. I can tell you mine were nice out of the box, except the double neck, which needed a nut replacement.
Yeah. I think I will definitely be ordering one of these new in the box. Again, that kind of puts me in a situation to where I kind of have to do something with the guitars. It is about information for people that come in and watch the channel. I think if you're comfortable doing setups, from what I'm gathering for people in the chat that have these, and now playing this one and talking to the previous owner and saying that he had Brian at Shenandoah set it up, I'm going to say that you really, if you can get this guitar for 168 bucks shipped to your house, it's kind of a stupid no-brainer. It really is. Feeling now, like again, Brian went over the frets on this guitar as far as the end dressings. I know he did, because that's something Brian always does when he does a setup. He just goes down it. We're not talking about doing a full dressing. He just goes through and cleans up the frets a little bit. You know, that's his job. Any guitar that comes into Shenandoah, he takes it out of the box and he just does a touch up. He's not redressing the frets. He's just touching up, making it as good as he can with the 1 hour of time. I think he said he tries to give each guitar about 30 minutes. So he has 30 minutes to check the intonation, check the relief, and fix whatever it is on the guitar. At that point, if the customer wants more, they pay for it. But Shenandoah puts 30 minutes of time in every guitar. They're going through and they're double checking, making sure everything's all right. And if he has time, he just kind of cleans up the frets and works on it a little bit. Makes it that's something the guitar places. When you go in and play the guitar, they know that their guitar is as good as they can get it and still be able to make a profit. If you go to Guitar Center, they unbox them and throw them up on the wall. So sometimes your local mom and pop shop, they do that little bit of extra work to make sure that the instrument is in good shape and it's quality. It's set up as good as they can do it and still be able to, they got to make money. They can't spend 3 hours setting up a guitar and then turn around and make a 30% product margin. They can't do that. They're fronting the money or they're financing it through the finance company. So they're not even getting to 30% by the time they finance it. So there's a lot of different things that you got to keep in mind on this. So a company that'll do that, go through and touch up things and make sure the setup's right, that's a bonus. And I know Shenandoah does that. And I know Brian, he's a good tech. So that explains why this guitar plays the way it does. He's a very solid technician. But for $170, if you could buy this guitar and pull it out of the box and it be anywhere near this, I'd say it's a good buy. We're going to get one directly from Amazon to compare it. But for right now, I've got this one to kind of tinker with. The only thing I'd like to do, of course, I can't leave anything stock. This has the little knife edge saddles. If you look at this guitar here, I want to put one of these bridges on it with the roller, the block adjustment. So the saddles on this guitar act like little Floyd Rose saddles. The whole thing moves back and forth, and it's got a roller, brass roller. So I'd like to put one of those saddles on it. I think that would be a really cool bridge, and that'll work. Even though it's string through, it'll come right up over top of that ball. I think it'll be okay. I'll check the rake angle and make sure there's clearance for that style bridge, because remember, there's a saddle that has a nut in it and then the roller ball. So you may have to put all the roller balls in the back and the adjustment screws in the front. The way it is now, I've got the screws in the back and the rollers in the front.
Penegor said he wanted to clarify. He didn't mean to suggest Brian didn't do much. He just means he wonders how much it needed.
I don't know. That's just it. Brian's a good guy, so whatever he did to it, I know if it needed anything, and the guy I bought it off of, he had a Gibson, okay, that he just sold. So, not saying, I didn't hear the man play. I'm assuming if he owned a Gibson, he's used to a quality instrument. So when he bought this, he felt like Brian could make it better. because he paid Brian to set it up. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know. Maybe Brian looked at it and went, this thing isn't bad. I'll set the intonation on it and, make a little tweak here and there and it's done. But then again, Brian might have had to really, do something. I don't know. Does that kind of make sense? He's going to charge you the same because what's the old saying? Sometimes when you go to a tech, you're not paying for just your work. You're paying for someone else's work. It's an average. They go, okay, set of strings takes 15 minutes. Well, they might open up a Floyd Rose and someone shoved the string down in the block and it's stuck. And it takes them 10 minutes to pry the block out and get the string out of the bridge. On the next one, plop, 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 they string it up, it's done. And you're like, oh, wow, that was fast, and you charged me $20? You see what I mean? So they might do a little better on this one, a little worse on this one. So it's just a flat rate to do a basic setup. I think he charges $100 to $150 for a basic setup. So keep that in mind too. Sometimes you're not paying just for your guitar, you're paying for the other guitar too that took a little longer. Because they can't sit there and go, okay, it's going to take, they don't know until they get into it, if that makes sense. One might take a little longer than the other. So it just becomes the law of averages, if that makes sense. I mean, I would love to work on guitars for a living. I'd love to build guitars for a living. I'd like to do YouTube and stuff like that for a living. I can't. There's no way I can pay my mortgage, my truck payment, and eat servicing guitars. It just, the money's not there. I don't understand how people do it, and I get why they have to have so much work. They don't have the time at $100 to spend much time on the instrument. They got to get it through. Because Brian doesn't own Shenandoah. Just like any other tech, they're usually commission. So he might be losing a third of that money to Shenandoah Music for him being allowed to be there. Does that kind of make sense? And you're like, well, why would you do that? Because if he wasn't at Shenandoah Music, he would get less work. But since he's there, he gets a guaranteed every instrument that goes through, he does a basic setup on. Then anyone coming into the shop that might need service work or want something extra, he's the in-house guy. So it's almost like renting a salon booth at your hair salon. Most of the people that work there, they rent those booths from hair cuttery or this or that. And then they got to pay for that booth. So I'm assuming most techs work the exact same way. So they got to roll through it. Remember, they're not keeping all that money. The main store is getting a cut of that. That's just the way things are in today's world. So before we say, well, that's too expensive, remember the guy's not getting all of it. He's got basic tooling too, sandpaper, he's got F1 oil that I might be buying. That stuff's really expensive. Front erasers, just the tools in general to even really do good work cost money. Plus, he's got to make a living. So it's like working on cars. People go, oh, wow, you got this. Well, tools to work on cars are expensive. There's no difference. You've got special tools to work on guitars, and they're expensive. And just like a mechanic, the main building, the dealership is cutting into your money. That's just how it is. So, yeah, I want to get one. See how it actually is. But this one here, I played it unplugged at when I was purchasing. I didn't have a little battery amp or anything to take with me. But it felt nice. And the body on the guitar, it doesn't look like it's beat up. It was well taken care of. So it's definitely worth $80. And I want to say, if you want to buy one of these, and it just needs a setup like guys in the chat are saying, there's no way you can go wrong at $170 on this guitar. The finish is pretty. This particular one, I don't feel any bad frets. I mean, is it a high-end dressing? No. This is your basic chamfered fret, and all they've done is round over. They've just knocked the edge off. That's all they've done.
You getting the same color?
Yeah, but the picture on Amazon, this is much lighter gray in the center. Unless this was a different color and it's not like the one on Amazon now. But the one they picture on Amazon, this is much lighter in the center to the black. Like this one and some, like that looks solid black right there. You can barely see the gray. It's like only when I turn it like that. And it almost has like a purple look to it. So I'm not sure if they've changed the color and this was a different color. I don't know. I don't know enough about the manufacturer to really to say. Don't forget they use fancy lighting. Yeah, I know they've got lights right on it. But I don't think even if you put a light right on that, it's going to get as light as the picture on Amazon. Like if I hold it right there, it's kind of dark compared to the other pictures. But yeah, it'll probably be the one that they show on Amazon. The color I really like. I like the light brown that goes to the dark brown, but it has the wraparound tailpiece. And I really like the string through body design of this. I think that's cool. That's definitely a plus in my opinion, is the string through. I like that. So the only one on Amazon is the light gray to black with the string through. They have 3 other colors with the wraparound bridge, but only the one color in the string through. What about the wood on each one's a little different? Probably the amount of stain used on each one is a little different. Yeah, I'm sure each one of them is going to be a little different, but this one's really dark compared to the photos on Amazon. And I got no issues with that. I kind of like it. There's just enough to know when you turn it, you can see that there's something going on. You can see that it's not necessarily just black as you turn it. And occasionally you get the look of the maple, the striping in the maple, depending on how you pull it.
Yeah, Birdman said he he could see the stripe at the top.
Yeah. Depending on how you hold it, you can see it. But you know, looking at the reflection, looking at the arch top, like right there, if you see the light right there, see how it gets wide and then it all of a sudden just darts to the other side of the guitar? That's a sanding thing. So it's not even right there. I'm just bare, and it darts. But all in all, I mean, I really can't feel that, but the light shows it to you. That's why I always take the guitar and I shine it in the light, and I look for the wave. And this guitar has a little bit of a wave in the top, but I mean, it's amazing to me, the price point.
Niles said you need to name that guitar Venom.
Venom? I'm Venom. I love that movie. I mean, it doesn't look... Yeah, that's the light. The binding... I mean, it's shockingly good. I mean, I see some errors right here. And I'm going to assume that's glue from the veneer top. And I can feel it right there. Yeah. That's an error in the binding in the veneer. But that's the only spot I see. But like I said, for this amount of money, it's crazy good. Looking at this little cover back here, I mean, the margin and everything on it looks good compared to the route. It's got 5 screws in it. It's not bouncing. And I've played with the tuning keys on it. The tuning keys seem to be okay. And it's got a nice acoustic sound to it. This is unplugged, or here, let me unplug it so you can definitely. No, I'm not cheating. This is unplugged, and that's the microphone right there. So it's quite loud unplugged, and feeling it against my chest. Don't feel too much right here. If I move it and let the horn hit my chest. Now I feel the resignation right here. But if I move it and let the back of the guitar right against my chest, I don't feel it as much. So it seems like right here, there's a lot of energy transfer. Right here, I can feel the resonation, but back here, it's a little on the dead side.
Does it stay in tune?
It's a little out of tune right now, but I didn't really tune it when I came home. So I have not, it's good enough for me to putter. I have not tuned it. And I played it pretty hard, and I didn't have any of the strings slip. So I'm going to say that it does pretty good. I mean, everyone knows I played it pretty hard at the beginning of the stream, and I played it for just a little bit right here. So it would have shown, you know, when I bend up, that's hard on a guitar. When you're bending strings like that, that's hard. That will show every little problem if the nut's not cut right. When you I mean, I'm bending the, you know what? I'd say it does pretty good. Again, I know that's something Brian would have looked at Shenandoah. He would have double checked the nut. So if you can get this out of the box, I'd say that's a heck of a deal. If you can get this instrument to play like this right out of the box. These pickups sound like they're okay. Like I said, when I did plug it in, I was using room volume. It did have like some kind of little harmonic thing that it did, but it did it twice, and it wasn't like a feedback. Well, it was feedback, but it was a strange thing. So I'm going to play it some more. We'll see how the guitar responds. You may, with these pickups, have a problem at higher volumes. So that's something I'm going to play with over the next week until Thursday's show. You know, crank the guitar up, see how it likes higher room volumes, and see if you have feedback issues. But I think if you buy one of these and all you gotta do is a setup and it sounds like this, I don't see how you could get possibly hurt on it. Hopefully we can get an IYV direct from Amazon. We can start doing some comparison on some of these guitars. This is a brand that we really haven't dabbled into. But this one, for 80 bucks, I definitely stole this guitar for 80 bucks.
Mark said he'll give you $100 for it right now.
Actually, Mark, we'll probably do that. Let us do some videos on it. It's all about education. So let's do a couple of videos on it if you want it. Let me play it for a week and we'll work something out. We paid 80 for it. So
Birdman said rake the strings behind the bridge and up on the headstock for science.
Rate? I don't know. I haven't even gauged these to see what they. I'm sure it doesn't have the stock strings on it. Let's see what's on it. Hold on.
Rake.
Rake.
Yeah, rake the strings.
Oh, with the pick. I thought I did.
Behind the bridge and up on the headstock.
Oh, I gotta turn the amp back on. Sorry, guys. And it helps to plug it in. Okay, now we're ready. That's behind the bridge. It's very harmonic. It's precise too. Some guitars do that really well. This guitar seems like it does the little trick stuff pretty well. Ha! So it seems to be good at that. I've never done that little trick, but the pick pull here. And then if you want to do it'll it'll get pretty mean sounding too if you just retune it. I see Robo. I don't know how you pronounce that.
It's Robot Shlomo.
Robot Shlomo. I've been curious about these guitars too. So this is our first one. I bought this one used off Marketplace for 80 bucks, Robo. So before I went to Amazon and paid $160, which still, I mean, guys, that's a cheap for a guitar. I bought this one. This one seems to be a really nice guitar. Everyone here knows I'm pretty good about saying what I think.
Birdman said now the headstock string.
Okay, Birdman. So I've been really curious about these guitars. I am curious when I hear certain channels crow about certain things. You know, it's not, some guitars are good. But when I hear certain channels just constantly say this or this, I always put a grain of salt on it. Because there's other guitars they said have been the greatest thing since sliced cheese that I know are not. One being the guitar we were just working on earlier. The exact same channels that say that guitar is great also say IYV is great. So I take it with a grain of salt. But if you talk to people, there's 3 or 4 people already in the chat here that have guitars by this brand. And they all say that they're good guitars. I think Pentagor's the only one here that's got one that's had some issues, and that's a double neck one. He said all his other ones were great. So I think this is going to be one that I definitely go ahead and just order on Amazon and see what I get.
Mark said, do the Jimmy Page tremolo on the headstock, please.
Jimmy Page tremolo. Is that what you mean? Or you're... I joined the stream late. All right, Robo, I bought this one used for 80 bucks, and he took it to the local music store, and the tech there did a setup on it. That's pretty much all the information that I know on the guitar. I'm sure, Robo, if you Pentagor's in the group, Birdman's in the group, I know both of those have IYVs. They can probably answer your questions a little bit better than I can. This one here, it plays nice. I think it's got a good sound. We played it clean earlier. It's got a decent clean sound. The only thing that I heard on the clean, let's switch it to clean, In the bridge pickup to me just sounds a little thin. That's the bridge pickup in clean. So if I roll the tone back a little bit, now to me, I like that, but I've rolled the tone back. Just sounds a little thin. Now let's roll the tone all the way up again. Let's go to the middle position. The middle position I think sounds great. I think that middle position's fine. The neck position. Again, the second position and third position I think are fine. It just seems a little bright and a little thin in the bridge position. That's tone all the way up. Rolling the tone really helps. Like right there. I mean, it's a bridge. It should be a little brighter. So that's the bridge. Like I said, I'm rolling the tone on it. I think going to that second position, it's just fuller sounding. I think it's fine. Especially, I mean, keep in mind, this is a $170 guitar. I paid $80. Yeah. Back to high gain. This is our center position. A lot of times the high gain center position gets a little funny. This one actually doesn't do too bad. Take some of the gain out. A little bit more of the gain out. doesn't seem to do too bad. Let's roll more gain out. Now there, I think you would be better off going down to like the lead channel and bringing the gain up a little bit. Sometimes when you roll the gain back too far on like a high gain channel, you're better off going to a meteor gain channel and just turning the gain up. I think these pickups do really well with a light distortion. Not, like I said, there's no way if you bought this guitar at this price point and had to just do a setup on it, that it's definitely worth the funds. And I don't want to talk about the fretwork and stuff like that because I purchased the guitar used, so I don't know on my end what was done to the guitar. I know this particular one, there's no sharp frets. They feel fine. This is a guitar I would take out and play. I haven't had any tuning issues really with it tonight, and I can get some decent sounds out of it. I wouldn't have an issue taking this thing out and playing it somewhere. It seems like it's a solid guitar. Okay, guys, we are almost we are pulling the marathon tonight. And believe it or not, I was sitting here thinking I may have to work tomorrow. I just happened to think about that. I haven't checked my phone. I may have to work tomorrow. I may have to actually go to bed and get up in like 4 hours. Isn't that awful? Just happened to think about that. If you don't know, you didn't have to subscribe to chat in tonight's live stream. I don't think that's cool. I think before you subscribe to a channel, you should come in, you should chat, hang out, have some fun, get in with the people. You know, we had a bunch of different opinions tonight on this guitar, different opinions on, we were trying to put a bridge in a different guitar. Some people said just put the Floyd Rose post on it. Some people were like, don't do that. Some people were like, oh, just re-drill it. So you got a lot of different points of views on what to do with the guitar that we were working on tonight. I am just going to go ahead. I'm not going to re-drill the guitar. I'm just going to get some FR 1000 posts and a plate, and we're going to build a bridge for the guitar. I don't feel comfortable re-drilling it. There's not going to be enough mass behind there to re-drill the guitar. That's just me. I know I'm going to sell that guitar to a subscriber, and I want to make sure that the guitar is as good as I can make it. I can't add wood back there, if that makes sense. Firefly's already machined it. I don't want to weaken it. So I want to make sure that it's as good as I can possibly get it, and I didn't do something that I feel may hurt the structural integrity of the guitar. So we went over that earlier, and then we just went over this guitar, and we did a bunch of different things. We talked about Ibanez and the guitar at Shandor Music for $270, and then we went over the new cables and a ton of other stuff. So tonight was a pretty busy night. It It actually, 4 hours went by pretty quick. That's kind of crazy. I want to thank everybody. You guys coming into the chat, and we've got some new people in here tonight. It's so good to see. Well, we've had a lot of actually new people come in, say hi. You know, I don't know if they're still in the background just chilling out, or if they went and new people come in. I just think that's great. I can't believe how the channel has changed. We're here about honesty, and you can't get any more honest than what we did tonight. You guys saw the struggle with trying to get the inserts out and what I had to do. You saw the difference between the inserts. I don't hide anything. This is what happens. You know, we buy parts. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. At least now we've got solid information on the Gotoh versus Floyd Rose. There are differences. So before someone tells you there's no difference, you could say, no, I know there's a difference. We just proved it tonight. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for a super chat. If you gave a super chat, thank you so much. That's what keeps the channel going. It also funds it and allows us to do guitar giveaways like we're doing. This is the last month. At the end of this month, Devastating and I are giving the guitar away to a happy subscriber. If you're not subscribed, to win this free, awesome Fender guitar, you need to go to Discord. Okay? Put your name in the opt-in room. Say, I want to be entered to win. The only other thing, you have to be publicly subscribed to the channel so everyone could see that you've subscribed to Music and Gear. It's the only two things you got to do. It's an $800 guitar. It's free to you. And you can thank everyone that you see in the chat. Okay? That's who paid for it. All the super chat money funded that guitar. And again, shout out to Shenandoah Music, because we only paid $500 for the guitar. It was a fraction under $500. It was like $490 something with tax. That was a stupid deal for that guitar. All I had to do was mention them. So if you need something, don't forget Shenandoah Music in Winchester, Virginia. They've allowed this channel to bring guitars home like American-made Jacksons. They've let us bring Ibanez's home. Well, they let us take the guitars apart. You know, what music store lets a YouTube channel take the guitar apart and then take it back? Those guys over there are great. So if you're in the area, give the guys some love. Tell them Music and Gear sent you. And that just lets them know that, you know, sponsoring and helping this channel does help them. So I want to thank them so much for selling us the guitar. For your, I went to bat for your guys' money, if that makes sense. I went to them, then they picked up the rest. So if you're not entered to win, go enter. It's going to happen we're really close. It's already the 20th. So it's probably only like 7 more days to go, guys, to get your name in. All right. If you also don't know, we always close the stream with a 5-minute open chat, and that allows everyone to finish up their conversations and stuff like that. Birdman's guitar did not come today. It got held up in traffic. If it comes tomorrow and I'm here, we might do a review on it. I'm not going to do a guarantee because I got to check my phone and see what they said about work on Sunday. I probably should cancel at this point because I forgot about it and I went streaming this long. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. But again, thanks guys. You guys are great. This is something that I look forward to every Thursday and every Saturday night. Coming in here and just hanging out and talking guitar stuff.
Mikey said black fingers.
I do. You know what that's from? That is a PL epoxy product and Gorilla Glue. All that's Gorilla Glue. It's a urethane glue. And the only thing that I found that really gets it off is lacquer thinner. And if you don't do it in the first hour, forget it. I could lacquer thinner and gasoline these fingers all I want, and that's not going to come off. So I was gluing up a bunch of mahogany this week. So I always use Gorilla Glue on the mahogany. And it's just messy. It foams up all over the place. You got to spray it with water. Then you bond it. The stuff is just horrible to work with. But it's great glue. especially if we're doing exterior trim work. So all we use on the exterior is mahogany, especially if you're going to paint it. It's 100-year plus wood. So that's why my hands are so torn up. I was doing a lot of mahogany exterior work this week. Anyway, guys, we're going to end the show here. Oh, James 5150. Dude, if you've been in here, I apologize for not saying your name earlier. Sometimes I look over and the only thing I see is the avatar part. And if it's something I'm not used to seeing, I'll look over and I'll look at the name. So it's good to have James in the group. And anyone else I missed, I apologize. Believe me, it warms my heart when I see people come in and just keep the channel moving. It takes you guys too. I hate to say it, it's not just me, it's you guys. Sometimes the responses and things that you guys say push me to go here or push me to go there. And it's an open forum. And that's what I like about the group. All right, guys, we're going to do our 5-minute end chat. And hopefully I'll see you sometime. We'll do a spur type live thing. And I'm still working on the videos of the Donner from the fretwork that we did on the Donner. Yeah, I'll get them out. It's fret leveling. We've got a ton of other videos on the channel doing fret leveling, but I am working on those. And then, if not, worst case scenario, I'll see you guys Thursday night. Again, thank you so much, guys. All right, here's our breaking scene, and see you Thursday night.